Welcome to this BPL clash between the Western Power and the Coastal Marlins. My name is Bo Nicholson. Coastal Marlins have won the toss and chosen to bowl, and their first bowler is going to be Adam Summerfield. Good shot to start there for the Western Powers. Opening batter Jake Cross, who is also their wicketkeeper. He's joined by Bryn Llewellyn, who will be taking strike now after that first single. Nice right hand, left hand combination to start for the Western Power. For the first 4 overs of this innings, there will be a power play, which means that only 2 fielders are allowed outside the inner circle. The 2 fielders the Coastal Marlins have gone for are third man and fine leg. As Llewellyn plays that to the fielder on the edge of the ring for a dot ball. Summerfield looking to go full with both of his initial deliveries. Captains today are Harry Wood for the Western Power and Zach Kuhn for the Coastal Marlins. It's down the leg side from Summerfield. Llewellyn could not get anything on it, and the wicketkeeper Jet Liebke, number 16 for the Coastal Marlins, able to get his right glove to it to stop it from going for a boundary, but couldn't prevent the extra run for the wide. Bit of a wind here right to left across your screens, which is blowing on the tent that I'm under quite heavily. There's another wide from Summerfield. This has not been a good start at all, and that will go for 4. So that's an extra 5 runs added to the total. Has not been a good start for the Coastal Marlins, obviously. The previous 2 games on this field today have been very, very close. The Moreton Magic prevailing in the very final over, chasing down 145, and then a tie in the previous game. Full from Summerfield, outside off stump. A little bit edgy from Jake Cross, but 4 runs the result. This has been an electrifying start for the Western Power, who have raced to 12 runs already, and not a whole lot of legal deliveries bowled to this point. The dot ball outside off there. So there's a pretty heavy wind at times, right to left across your screen, and you might be able to tell quite overcast conditions here at Marsden Ovals in Ipswich. You can see the camera is from the clubhouse end towards the airport area. Another one outside off and left alone by Jake Cross with 12 runs scored off the first over. No need to apply any sort of urgency to their batting at this stage. They will be looking to cash in with the power play, but fair to say with the recent results on this ground, it's a slightly slow outfield and overcast conditions. 130 or 140 can be quite a competitive total here, as he is lured into a cover drive and misses outside the off stump. Summerfield earning back some respect after an over that he himself would not be satisfied with. Looks like the bowler at the other end is going to be number 7, Lloyd Aspin from the Sandgate Redcliffe Gators. He's a 30-year-old, bowls medium fast. Apparently he holds the club record for most 6s. Quite the achievement. Also a very fine bowler. Coming into the left-handed Bryn Llewellyn here. Goes uppishly over the offside. There is a third man deep there, so it will be just a single. Just a reminder that it is the power play, so only 2 fielders outside the inner circle, and they are a third man and a fine leg for both of the batters here, the right-hander and the left-hander. That brings Jake Cross to the strike here. Both bowlers thus far have looked to bowl a fullish length. I imagine with the new ball and the overcast conditions, there will be a little bit of swing here for the Coastal Marlins, and obviously they'll be looking to take advantage of that while it's on the offing. Change of the field here, they're bringing fine leg up and moving a sweeper back on the offside to join the third man outside the circle. Strays onto the legs there. A leg by is the call from the umpire at the airport end. Full toss from Aspen there and shot by Llewellyn. Takes 2. Apologies if the camera has been affected there by the wind. Not much that I can do about that, I'm afraid. I will try and help as much as I can with the picture. Firmly struck there by Llewellyn as Aspen strays onto the legs again. Look at the bowl quite full, which is the same thing that Summerfield was trying to do in the first over. Dot ball there again, going full is Aspen. A dot ball for Jake Cross. Aspen comes in, goes full again, Cross, a booming cover drive. Tempted into it by the fullish length, and 2 is added to the total. That completes the second over. Score is none for 19 for the Western Power. A very encouraging start for them.
Down. Down. Dallas.
So we're going to have a change in the bowling for the Coastal Marlins. Number 24 coming into the attack. I'll get a name for you in a moment. As Llewellyn, it's short and wide outside off, and Llewellyn just hangs into it with a cut shot, and 4 runs is the result. Bowler's name is Kyle Wisniewski. He's changed his number. He used to be number 8. He's now number 24. As Llewellyn hangs that, Wisniewski hangs that one outside off stump as well, and Llewellyn lashes it over the offside, but just the 2 as the third man comes around to clean up. So the score is moving along quite nicely here for the Western Power. This is a great start from Jake Cross and Bryn Llewellyn. It's definitely a ploy from the Coastal Marlins to look for a foolish length, but it hasn't been super successful to this stage of the match. As he beats him outside off stump, that's a wonderful piece of bowling by Wisniewski. With his angle coming around the wicket into the left-hander, even if it is outside off stump, you feel like you have to play because you feel like your stumps are always under threat. And that one just tailed away nicely from the left-handed Llewellyn for a dot ball. It's a nice comeback from Wisniewski. Oh! He's gone for the booming drive outside off stump. He's chopped it into his own feet, and a dot ball is the result. This has been a good comeback from Wisniewski after a tentative opening. And then beats him outside off stump again. That is his bread and butter, I would suggest. As the wind is really picking up here, I've got a funny feeling that we might be about to encounter some inclement weather. And dot ball to finish the over. A pretty good one from Wisniewski after a bit of a start from Llewellyn. 6 runs off the first 2 balls, but then 4 dots to finish. Means it's 25 after 3 overs for the Western Power. Looks like Lloyd Aspin is going to continue here. To Jake Cross. Jake Cross goes big and up in the air. It looks like it will be taken, and it is. And we have the first wicket falling for the Western Power. Been quite an electrifying start for them, scoring at about 8.33 in over for the first 3 overs. But not enough for Jake Cross, looking to take on Lloyd Aspin and firing it up into the air in the infield, and a pretty comfortable catch taken in the end. Makes the score 1 for 25. The new batter at the crease is going to be the captain, Harry Wood. Very exciting player. Look forward to seeing how he goes in these overcast conditions against this quality bowling attack for the Coastal Marlins. And after a good start, the captain, Zach Kuhn, takes the catch. And the Western Power are 1 for 25 into the 4th over. The batters did cross, which means that Llewellyn will be on strike. Now this is the final over of the power play. There are two fielders out. They're both on the offside, one at square and one at third man. So you'd think that Aspen will keep it outside off stump. He strays onto the pads though. Llewellyn good enough to squeeze it into the gap. It won't go for 4. They'll look for 3 and they're going to take it. It's good running. A fantastic little bit of fielding there from Jet Liebke. But a nice little run around for Harry Wood to open the efforts for him. And he'll take strike, the right-hander, against Lloyd Aspen. It's just that. Oh, he's chipped it to fine leg and quickly taken single there. But no harm done to the Western Power. Now they'll be looking to definitely not lose any more wickets before the end of the power play, which is of course at the conclusion of this over. They'd probably be pretty happy with about 1 for 30 off the first 4 overs, keeping in mind that they do have a power surge, which is an additional 2-hour power play after the 10 over mark. As Llewellyn goes on the back foot, he's chipped it straight up in the air to Aspen, and this has been a diabolical couple of overs here for the Western Power, going from none for 25 to 2 for 29, losing both openers to relatively rash strokes. Obviously this is a 2020, they will be trying to cash in on the power play, but at the same time you don't want to be losing wickets in bunches, and Western Power have lost a couple right there, which brings to the crease Emmanuel Peterson, better known as Lucky Peterson, from the South District Club. He'll be joining his captain Harry Wood out in the middle. A couple of very good right-handed batters. Score is 2 for 29. Aspen has absolutely taken charge of this game, and you can see that the Coastal Marlins have got a slip in place here. A very attacking move. That's Chris Glass, I think, who has jumped into first slip there. Oh, he's bowled him. Looked like it darted back a little bit, stayed a little bit low there. And that is another huge wicket, with the captain now being removed and the score moving to 3 for 29. And this has been possibly the best over of the entire tournament to date from Lloyd Aspen. An experienced player, 30 years old, Sandgate Redcliffe Gators. Been told that he loves a bit of fishing and he loves going to Ibiza, and it is party time out there in the middle right now for the Coastal Marlins. Apologies if the wind is at all distracting with the frog box going a bit berserk. Oh, there it goes. Just pack it up, guys. Just pack it up, yeah. That's gone. Apologies for the delay. Our tent literally blew right over here at the ground. It is that windy, and you haven't missed much in terms of the game progression. The third wicket had just gone down. This is Kyle Wisniewski bowling still. New batter is Toby Kurswell. I didn't get the chance to introduce him because the tent just ran amok. Here at Ipswich, it is very, very windy. That's a lovely shot from Lucky Peterson. Will it beat the man to the boundary? It sure will. That's 4 runs. That is probably the shot of the day that I've seen here today. I've seen some big booming sixes, I've seen some boundaries, but that was a beautiful cricket shot from Lucky Peterson. And it raced away for 4, brings the score to 3 for 37. Wisniewski just over pitching just a touch. Good comeback, just brings that length back just a tiny bit, the tall man, and that is the end of the over. Score is 3 for 37. I'd anticipate that is Lloyd Aspen continuing at the airstrip end, and why wouldn't it be? He's taken 3 wickets to start this game. As Kurswell plays it up in the air, and it just falls short of the mid-off fielder, so 1 is scored. I wouldn't recommend playing too many uppish shots like that if you want to keep your place out there in the middle. So Lloyd Aspen's opened up. He had the second over, the fourth over, now the sixth over, all at that end. Obviously he seems to like it with the ball maybe tailing into the right-hander just a little bit as he makes an adjustment to his field. One thing the viewers wouldn't have seen when the camera went arse over is that the power play has ended, which means that they can have extra fielders outside the circle, but they still are opting to have a slip fielder, as that ball seemed to go underground there on Lucky Peterson. He did well to keep it out. Great bit of fielding by Lloyd Aspen. He's a good athlete. Kept Lucky Peterson on his toes. A single is scored, moves the score along to 39. Again, a little bit uppish there from Toby Kurswell, but he's taking the arm on and he gets 2 for his troubles. There is a fair bit of space there on the leg side, so he can afford to be a little bit uppish. Aspen just creating chances. He's obviously taken 3 wickets today, including a very impressive bold on the captain, Harry Wood. But even the runs that Kurswell and Peterson are managing against him, he's still finding a way to trouble them. Oh, big swing, no ding there from Toby Kurswell outside the off stump. No such thing as easy runs on a pitch like this. We saw the earlier games that 145 was the target for the Morton Magic, and they got there in the last over with a couple of wickets left. 125 was the score when there was a tie between the Southern Rockets and the Bayside Pirates just gone. And I think it's the pitch is playing a little bit slower. We saw in that game that the Southern Rockets had a fair bit of success with their spin bowlers, just getting a fair bit of movement. Toby Kurzweil, a lovely shot. Sweeper has a fair bit of work to do out there, but does it well and keeps it to a single. Yeah, the spin bowlers had a fair bit of success in the earlier games, slowing the ball up. Seemed to be doing a fair bit off the pitch, but also just low and slow. So I would suggest that will also be a factor in today's game. Hopefully the rain stays away. It does look quite ominous out there at the moment, and hopefully we won't have a rain-restricted affair today. It's well played by Lucky Peterson there into the onside for a single, and that completes the over. Score moves on to 3 for 43 off the 6 overs. So the run rate quite good still, just above 7 and over, about 7.16. Coming into the attack is number 13, Ben O'Connell from Laidley, 36-year-old orthodox spinner. He has previously played for the Redlands Tigers in first grade, so very accomplished first grade cricketer is Ben O'Connell. And as I mentioned, the spin worked pretty well in previous games, so let's see how Ben goes here. Straight away gets the edge and a wicket. That's a wonderful catch by Jet Liebke at keeper. Lucky Peterson getting on the sweep straight away, quite an aggressive stroke. And the first thing I note there is that a little bit of pop from Ben O'Connell. He didn't bowl it into the pitch too hard, just nice and slow out of the hand. And I think he probably beat Lucky Peterson for lack of pace there. And a wicket is the result, 4 for 43 at the start of the 7th over. As I was saying, the run rate, not a concern here for the Western Power, but losing 4 wickets inside 7 overs certainly is, particularly when you lose the likes of Harry Wood and Lucky Peterson amongst them. So they'll be disappointed. Ben O'Connell, the magic arm, comes straight on, gets the wicket. They call him Benny O. The new batter is number 3, Dylan McLaughlin. McLaughlin gets a nice easy single to start off. And then a single out to the offside there. Western Power just looking to seize control of this match back. Ball there from O'Connell as the wind continues to wreak havoc. This time it sounds like the sight screen going off there. A That's a wide there from O'Connell. Just a tenter outside off stump, but maybe a little bit too far outside off stump on this occasion. McLaughlin goes, and very big. That's absolutely huge. It's almost taken out the Greek food van in the corner over here. That's a 6 just to the offside of the sight screen. That is a marvellous shot from Dylan McLaughlin. He's decided he's had quite enough of O'Connell floating those ones up there, and he's decided to take him on and done so very successfully. And a dot ball to finish the over. So a successful one for O'Connell, even with that 6 in the middle of it. 1 for 9 for that over, and the score becomes 4 for 52. Just a big thank you to our sponsors of the BPL, Mazda, as well as Forex. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the organisers of the BPL. This is a fantastic initiative. It's been a lot of fun. It's a great carnival atmosphere down here. It's a little bit dull and dreary today because of the weather, but it is a lot of fun being a part of the BPL, and it's well worth coming down if you have the opportunity. Maybe not today, you might be a little bit late, but next Sunday. Same time, same place, here at Eva Marsden Ovals in Ipswich. As Lloyd Aspin continues, he'll be bowling his 4th over, which will have him bowled out essentially. He's got 3 for 16 off his first 3, which is a fantastic effort in 2020 cricket. He'd be probably happy enough with none for 16 off those 3 overs, but he's taken 3 very key wickets, including both openers and the captain, Harry Wood. Oh, that's a nice shot there on the offside. Just a single though. Appears to have been a correction with the scorecard. It's not Toby Kurswell wearing the number 2, it's Muller. So Muller is the number 2 batter out there, batting with Dylan McLaughlin. Aspin's been bowling not only like just striking, he's got 3 wickets here. It's been a pretty impressive performance from Lloyd Aspin, but also just keeping those runs down. Like, just an example of it there. This is the new batter, and Dylan McLaughlin's already shown that he doesn't mind having a bit of a hit, but he's been tied up by Aspin on that occasion. Just good tight bowling. Oh, edgy on the drive there for McLaughlin. Comes down to 3rd man though. Wisniewski is down there at 3rd man, and it's just a single. Brings Muller to the strike. Of little changes to the field, with fine leg dropping back outside the circle to the boundary here to Muller. Aspin goes short. The square leg umpire likes it, doesn't call it a wide. I like it too, a bit of intent. He's been keeping pretty full, or fullish, for most of his spell, and it's good to remind the batters that you can throw one around their throat as well. Keep them on their toes. Muller's had a conservative start to his innings. Just 8 off 11 deliveries. This will be the final ball of Aspin's spell, and it's driven by Muller just for a single. So that's 3 for 19 is Aspin's spell. A fantastic effort by Lloyd Aspin. Be interesting to see if it is enough to get his team over the line as the game progresses. It is still early, and the good thing about 2020 cricket is there are lots of twists and turns, as we well know. The score is 4 for 55 at the end of the 8th over. I'm going to try and do some quick maths. It has the run rate at about 6.87 or so. So not too bad from the Western Power. The real struggle for them is the amount of wickets they've lost. So they're probably going to go into a conservative patch here against the likes of Ben O'Connell. Oh, that's a pivotal drop catch. That is O'Connell extracts the edge off the cut shot from Muller. It floats to the man at short third man. It was a high effort. It was like an AFL mark, and it goes down. And that would have made the score 5 for 55. I mean, a long way back for the Western Power from there. Oh, and then almost a chop on from Dylan McLaughlin. And a single taken. O'Connell's got it singing at the moment. It's really, really slow. Even in that back of a length there to Muller, it's one of those ones where you can't really generate any sort of power off a genuine cut shot. So he's just kind of flat batted it down towards the long on fielder, Wisniewski, just for a single. O'Connell continues. And McLaughlin goes big again, and it is a 6 just to the right of the long off fielder out there. That is only just carried over the rope. McLaughlin hits his second 6, almost the same spot against the same bowler. Didn't quite hit it as far towards the Greek Fusion food truck. And the ball has gone walkabout here. We can't quite track it down. McLaughlin has the kind of power that you hope that there's not too many small children nearby, because he could cause some damage. Quite the striker of the ball, particularly over long off. Happy enough to leave that one alone outside the off stump. I thought the umpire was thinking about signalling a wide there, but decides against it. The score remains 4 for 64 in the 9th over. O'Connell needed to get out of the over, and he will with, it looks like they're taking 2 off Wisniewski's arm, and that was a good piece of running, particularly from Muller coming back to the non-striker's end. A bit of a chopped pull shot there by McLaughlin, and he can't quite get the hang of it, can't quite get it into the gap, but he gets it well enough to get 2 runs for his troubles, as there will be a change in the bowling at the other end because Aspen can no longer continue. Just felt a little bit of rain, so that's a little bit concerning. We have a new bowler. It's Tom Olsen, number 20, from the Sunshine Coast Scorchers, I believe. He starts a bit short there to Muller, who cuts it beautifully behind point. There is a sweeper out there, and he will cut it off, but not before he gets back for 2 runs. So yeah, potentially some bad news here. There's a spit of rain coming through, so that might make it a little bit tricky for me to keep my laptop out here, as well as the various equipment that we have. That's another lovely little beat of back foot play there from Muller, beating the short fielder there and cleaned up by the third man for another 2. Seems to me he doesn't mind it short outside the off stump there, Muller. Couple of good shots. On a quicker outfield, he may well have troubled the boundaries, but it is quite slow out there today. And yes, a good bit of match awareness there from Muller, just sitting on that one, taking an easy single. He's taking 5 runs off the over so far, so the pressure is on Olsen here to correct his line and length and execute his plans as the big hitting Dylan McLaughlin takes the strike. He's got 17 off 10 runs so far, striking at 170. It's pretty handy. Play and miss outside off. Jet Liebke goes for the throw up into the air. I thought he was celebrating a nick, but not quite. Oh, McLaughlin approaches. He goes across his stumps and forward at Olsen. He hits it back to Olsen pretty hard. It is a drop chance. It is fair to call it that. But one of those ones you probably don't absolutely expect a bowler to take. And a dot ball the result. Olsen shifted around the wicket. And again, he walks across his stumps, looking to access that leg side or force a change in the bowler. Just knocks it to mid-wicket for a single. So that ends the over. 6 off it. Pretty good one in the end. Under some pressure early from Muller, but he recovered pretty well and got out of the over. Score is 4 for 72. And that is the completion of the 10th over, which means that the batting side can now take the power surge of 2 overs where the fielding restrictions apply at their want. They obviously have not chosen to do that at this stage, as there is a bowling change. This is number 19. I believe that might be Jamie Eccles. Just have to wait for confirmation on that. Yes, it is. It's Jamie Eccles. Highly rated medium. Well, he's more of a batting all-rounder, I suppose you'd say, Jamie Eccles from the South Club. But a more than handy medium pace bowler as well. Cramped up McLaughlin there, and a single is scored to the offside. So tactically, it'll be an interesting decision for the Western Power when they take the power surge. Obviously, at the moment, they've got 2 set batters. One in particular is going quite well in terms of his scoring rate, Dylan McLaughlin. So my inclination would be to probably, never mind, hold the phone. We have a wicket. Off the back foot there, Muller maybe beaten for a lack of pace again off that wicket. It's just held up a little bit in the pitch, and he's tried the cut shot, which he has proven to be pretty good at, but he's hit it in front of square and a bit on the up, which was not the plan, and it has gone to the fielder there for a good, sharp, low catch. And what I was about to say about taking the power surge with 2 set batters now goes out the window as Harry Austin comes to the crease. The score is 5 for 73. Pretty good start from the new batter, Harry Austin there. Just a single outside the off stump. Scorecard is saying Michael Sipple. I'm not sure that's correct. I'll have to wait for confirmation on that. Oh, it's an edge and taken. McLaughlin is out. He's been tempted by the foolish delivery outside the off stump, and suddenly with one comes two, and the score is now 6 for 74. The Western Power are in all sorts of trouble, and Jamie Eccles just the tonic for the Coastal Marlins, as the Western Power were building nicely. With the threat of rain around, it is worth remembering that there are situations where if there is a restricted game where we have less overs bowled, all these wickets are very, very important when it comes to factoring in the target for the Coastal Marlins later in the game. So every single one of these wickets is obviously important, but particularly so during a possibly rain-affected game, as Michael Sipple comes to the crease. Michael Sipple is a 45-year-old. He plays for Laidley District Cricket Club. Very experienced cricketer, Michael Sipple. He talks about how his grade 1 day competition debut was against his hero, Alan Border, as he keeps that one out for a dot ball. Showing his age a little bit there, playing against AB. He was playing against men 20 years older than he was. Now he's playing against their grandsons. Quite a story. I wonder all the stories he could tell over the years, Michael Sipple, as he keeps that one out from Jamie Eccles. That's been an exceptional over from Jamie Eccles. That brings the over to a conclusion. I'll get you an exact score in a moment. There's just a little bit of a correction that's happening with the scorecard. Thanks for your company here on YouTube or wherever you're watching this game. This is the Brisbane Premier League. A fantastic opportunity for the best cricketers around the Brisbane area, which includes Toowoomba, Ipswich, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast. It also includes interstate players. Earlier in the previous game, we saw Connor McInerney, former Redbacks Shield player, hopefully looking to play some more Shield in the future. I'm sure Connor McInerney. He was playing for the Southern Rockets as Olsen bowls a wide. Just a reminder, the score actually says 4 at the moment. It is 6 out. After Jamie Eccles' tremendous over, there's just a bit of a correction happening with the score at the moment. It's a lovely shot from Harry Austin outside the off stump. Deft touch. Drops it down to third man where Jamie Eccles fields. He's played cricket with Jamie's younger brother Luke. Shout out to Luke. Luke was only a kid when I played in his team at the Springwood Suns. Nice fella Luke. I assume his brother is too. I never met his brother. But he just bowled an exceptional over for his team. Looks like the scoreboard is just starting to catch up now. Sipple on strike to Olsen. He plays with soft hands into the offside, but still a dot ball. The score is 6 for 76. Nice soft hands there from Sipple as he plays it into the offside. As there are some more little splatterings of rain coming through. I'm sure hoping it doesn't affect this equipment here. If it does, it wasn't me. I want that on the record. Tom Olsen continuing, coming around the wicket to Harry Austin. Bit of a slower delivery there outside the off stump. Austin makes okay contact with it on the uppish. Oh, sorry, a drive on the up. It wasn't uppish. He played it straight into the ground. But a dot ball is the result. Oh, that's a little bit of Gordon Greenwich about that little pull shot from Harry Austin, raising the front leg. I like that. Wonder if Michael Sipple liked that. He would remember Gordon Greenwich playing. Short again from Olsen, this time outside the off stump, and Harry Austin chops it into the ground for a single. And that is the over completed. Moves the score along to 6 for 80 after 12 overs. Looks like Jamie Eccles is going to continue, and why wouldn't he after taking 2 for 2? It's been the Lloyd Aspen and Jamie Eccles show thus far. In the 5 overs they've bowled combined, they've taken 5 for 21. As Jamie Eccles beats Harry Austin outside the off stump again. He's bowled really, really well to start his spell. As he receives some encouragement from Ben O'Connell at long on here. Short delivery, Austin, a front foot pull shot that goes down to long on. Another indication of how slow this pitch is sometimes. It looks like the batters have almost too much time on some of those short deliveries. It's not like Jamie Eccles is a slow bowler, but it is just holding up in the pitch just a little bit. Brings Sipple to the strike. He goes on the pull shot. That's a bit more convincing. There's a huge gap out there as it runs towards cars. It pulls up in front of them, so no harm done to any of the cars. Jamie Eccles probably needs to work on that length just a little bit. He's not quick enough to really, that was a bit of a nowhere length for him, not a great delivery, and Sipple good enough to put it away. Eccles into Sipple, goes fuller this time, good idea, and he chops it just to mid-off for a single. Ben O'Connell cleans up. It's a better length from Eccles. Score moves on to 6 for 86. Harry Austin on the strike. Attempted slower, well, it was a slower ball, but it did not stay on the pitch. Not Eccles' best delivery. He would, I think it's worth trying though, just sort of mixing up the pace a little bit. These are two new batters, they're not quite set. Just showing them the bag of tricks, keep them on their toes, but not executed perfectly there by Eccles. This time he goes a bit faster, nice and full and straight. And it's squeezed out to the offside. There is a sweeper out there, but Austin and Sipple run well, and they get 2 runs for the shot. It's been a more expensive over for Jamie. Nice Nice little touch there from Harry Austin to complete the over with a single. Score is 6 for 90 at the conclusion of the 13th over. So that means there's 7 overs left, not many wickets in hand. Western Power have some interesting decisions to make here. They obviously still have the power surge up their sleeve. They have a left-hand, right-hand combination. They're both playing pretty well, ticking over the scoreboard well enough. On the current run rate, they're looking like they're going to head towards that 140 mark, but it's wickets in hand that is the big problem, I suppose. That's a lovely shot from Harry Austin, but just a single to long on. Tom Olsen continuing. This will be his 3rd over. Harry Austin looks like a pretty accomplished cricketer. He's got a good technique. I've seen him playing nice shots off the front and the back foot. It's not the most dynamic 2020 batting thus far from him, but it's still early in the innings. Olsen just sort of straying onto the pads of Sipple there and unable to connect with it, but he gets a leg by anyway. So no penalty to Olsen, but an extra run for the Western Power. Interestingly, fine leg is back for Harry Austin, but when Sipple is on strike, I've noticed that Jamie Eccles at fine leg has been creeping into the circle. That's a nice shot for no run. Didn't quite time it perfectly, but again, it's a very nice looking shot. Again, lovely touch from Harry Austin as Jamie Eccles cleans up at 3rd man for a single. He's the kind of batter, he just looks like he has time. He looks quite composed. I think he understands that there is still a fair amount of time left in this innings. Short from Olsen, and Sipple puts it away. Fine leg is inside the circle. Deep square leg is back on the boundary, but that was well behind square, and very, very nice shot there from the experienced Michael Sipple. Doing a good job for his team here. He's managed to steady his ship with the much younger Harry Austin. He's keeping the scoreboard ticking along as they approach 100. As we've seen, 125 can be a competitive total on this pitch, and it's imperative that these two stay together for at least the next 3 or 4 overs, I would think, if there to be any chance of pushing on towards 130, 140, heck, maybe even 150 if it comes off. Olsen finishes his over with a dot, meaning the score remains 6 for 97 at the conclusion of the 13th over. 6 overs remain. Looks like Jamie Eccles is going to continue at the clubhouse end. Jamie Eccles beats Harry Austin outside off stump. On the player sheets that we're given as commentators, they list a bunch of their hobbies, and I wonder if Harry Austin also enjoys fishing, because that was a bit of a nothing shot from him on that occasion. That's a bit more forceful, and look at the fielding. Oh! That was remarkable fielding from the Coastal Marlins. It was a grab with the right hand from Zach Kuhn. This is the captain, Zach Kuhn, at mid-wicket there. He grabs full strength, a full stretch with his right hand, steadies himself, throws with the left, direct hit. Harry Austin not in the frame. That is a tremendous piece of fielding. Harry Austin dismissed for 11. And that's a key moment because they were building towards something there, the Western Power. It's 7 for 97 now. And the power surge still in play. We would have been hoping to approach the power surge with those two batters in, but alas, they will not have that opportunity. And the new batter coming to the crease, I'm just waiting for confirmation of who it is. It's Alex Welsh coming to the crease. He has no number on his back, so it makes it a little bit tricky to see who it is exactly. But Alex Welsh is the number 9 for the Western Power, coming in at 7 for 97. Tricky situation for the Power because they want to obviously put the foot down very soon, coming towards the end of the innings. But at the same time, you don't want to leave any overs or even deliveries on the table. As Sipple goes big, it goes up. A fielder settling underneath it and dropped. Oh, no, no, no. That was a catch that simply had to be taken. Jamie Eccles almost certainly not too pleased with that. And just dropped on the inner circle there. He had time to settle underneath it. And the catch goes begging and Michael Sipple gains a life. That's an important moment for the Western Power as the score moves to 7 to 98. It could have been 8 for 97. Keeper Jet Leapke liked that one, but no love from the bowler as he beats Alex Welsh outside the off stump. That's good bowling from Jamie Eccles, going for that Yorker length, finding it. I think it was on target as well. Welsh does well to keep it out. Difficult for the new batter coming at number 9. He has an interesting job to do here. Obviously, job numero uno is to make sure he stays there with Sipple, but he does need to rotate strike. He does need to keep the scoring rate up. So it's a mix between playing conservative cricket but playing the big shot as well as Eccles comes in and wraps him on the pad. The umpire doesn't like it, walks away. And that'll be a leg bye almost certainly. Yes, it is. Fantastic over from Jamie Eccles. His first over was sublime. Second over, less sublime. The third over, almost as good as the first. And that is, his figures are now still 2 for 13 off 3, and that includes a run out off his bowling as well. So 3 wickets have fallen during his bowling. And the score is 7 for 99 with 5 overs left for the Western Power. Welsh is on strike after that leg bye. Looks like we might have a change in the bowling. No. Yes. Summerfield is back. He bowled the first over. It was a bit wayward. He had a couple of wides, including 5 wides. And he hasn't been seen since that first over of none for 12. So he's back on here to do some death bowling. Welsh looking for a single there. I think it would have been a bit of a tricky one to beat Summerfield to there, and rightly turned back by Sipple. Welsh just getting a little something on that and gets it away for a run. And it is off the glove or the bat, so he's off the mark. And that's the 100 up for the Western Power. 7 for 100 in the 16th over. So much resting on the shoulders of Michael Sipple here. He is the more established of the 2 batters in this match, but also just generally, a lot of experience. That's a lovely... He's done well to get any bat on that, but there is a third man in place, so just the single, squeezing it out. This is a much improved effort from Summerfield, who would have been disappointed with his opening over. It was a good opportunity to put some pressure on the Western Power straight away, and he released the pressure valve, gave them a rip-roaring start as Welshie glides it to Jamie Eccles at third man for a single. Final ball of this over. Summerfield will be looking to attack. Like a bit of a slower ball, and it was pretty straight. So well played by Sipple, and only 3 runs, 3 singles from that over. A good over from Summerfield. Score is 7 for 102 with 4 overs left. Looks like Jamie Eccles is going to bowl his 4th over, and why wouldn't you, the way that he's been bowling at the moment. You're watching the Brisbane Premier League, BPL. Fantastic initiative. It was started over in South Africa, as it turns out. I was talking to one of the founders, Nick Fitzpatrick, last week about it. Welsh looking for a single in the offside there, could not find one. Eccles goes short. Welsh just sort of leaning on it down to third man for a single. Welsh has clearly decided that he is not going to be the aggressor at this stage, even with just over 3 overs left in the innings. At this moment, you'd say they're tracking for a score just above 120. And if they're going to go for a more competitive 130 or 140, they're going to have to step on it very soon. Sipple on the defence there and takes a single to the offside. Jamie Eccles bowling a really good tight line here. Doesn't want to give the batters anything. No real reason to swing their arms. Welsh has done well there. He's found the gap. There is a sweeper out in the offside, but he's hit softly enough. He's placed it well enough to be at the infield and hit softly enough that the sweeper on the offside has had to work really, really hard to get there. So a good piece of batting there from Welsh, and he's taken 2 runs for his efforts. It's been a slow start for him, but he is starting to get bat on ball a little bit more now. Slower ball there from Eccles, and Welsh attempts the same shot but doesn't beat the infield this time, so just the single. This will be the last ball of Jamie Eccles' spell. He's got 2 for 18 thus far. A wonderful effort from him. Ooh, swing and a miss from Sipple outside the off stump, and a good way to finish for Eccles. So he has figures of 2 for 18 from his 4 overs, coupled with Lloyd Aspen's 3 for 19 of his 4 overs. That is 5 for 37 of 8 overs between those 2 gentlemen, and that's match-winning stuff, potentially, for the Coastal Marlins. As Summerfield looks likely to continue at the other end down there, the air base end, as the power surge has been called. That means that only 2 fielders can be outside the inner circle for the Coastal Marlins. So looks like they've got someone at deep square leg and at fine leg. Everybody else has to be in the circle. So they have some protection if Summerfield strays a little bit too straight. Outside of that, there are run opportunities outside off, and Welsh has picked the gap beautifully. A nice full delivery from Summerfield, and it will race away for 4. No protection back there, and he has picked the gap. That's a lovely little bit of cricket from Welsh. He looks like a touch player. He doesn't nothing forceful about the way that he's batting at the moment. He's just finding bat on ball and just trying to find gaps, run hard, and if you get enough on it into a gap like that downhill towards the clubhouse end, it's 4 all day. Summerfield did not like that. He's gone short, and that is his one for the over. Not call it wide by the leg side umpire. Probably a good call. Looking at the screen there. Whoa, that one died on Jet Liebke. Very nice little one-handed take with his left glove. Looks like Fine Leg is coming up into the circle. No, he's just having a chat with the wicket keeper. He's going back to Fine Leg. Oh, beaten. It looked like it went over the stumps there from Summerfield. Welsh didn't have much of an idea on that, and to be honest, I don't blame him. Aside from that boundary to open the over, it's been a pretty good one from Summerfield. Even that ball was quite good. As he goes full and straight, and it's kept out by Welsh, and he hit for a single to straightish mid-wicket there. And Sipple gets one look at Summerfield for this over. The score is 7 for 112 with 13 balls remaining. I get the impression, Sipple might wind up a little bit here, but to be honest, there might be more value in him just finding a single. And he does neither. He is cleaned up by Summerfield, full and straight, and crashes into middle and off. That is a key wicket for the Coastal Marlins, as Sipple is left to try and find the bails as he walks off the ground. Nice guy, Michael Sipple, doing that after getting dismissed. Quite convincing there from Summerfield, and he's got 1 for 20 now with his 3 overs. The score is now 8 for 112. Important that the Western Power just try and find something here. They've just got to try and find a way to get bat on ball and get through these next couple of overs. The new batter, it looks like it might be Don White in the number 13. 22-year-old. So Ben O'Connell is back into the attack, the slow left armour. During the power surge, very interesting. So there's only 2 players back, one at cow and one at long off. Welsh just gets on the back foot and knocks it into the offside for a single. Don White on the back foot. That one seemed to go on with the arm though. Didn't turn as much as White was expecting, and he's beaten. It must have been close to the stump, so Connell looked quite animated. Comes in again. Bowls, and White goes bang! Straight towards the sight screen, and that is a 6. A cross-batted smash straight over the bowler's head. Look, you probably won't find it in the textbook, but who cares? The result's a good one for the Western Power, 6 runs. And he cross-bats again, this time along the ground to the mid-on fielder who's inside the circle, and that's a single. Takes the score to 8 for 120. Let's see if they can push towards 130. Nicely played by Welsh, but just a single to those fielders on the offside there. Let's see if O'Connell can get out of this over without conceding another lusty blow. And he has taken the edge of Don White, and a very, very nice piece of keeping by Jet Liebke. Has the score at 9 for 121 coming into the last over. Important that the Marlins try and get that wicket as quickly as they can. They've got Summerfield coming in to bowl that last over. And yeah, Don White, it was a short time but a good time with that big booming 6. straight towards the sight screen. I was scared for a little bit that it was coming towards me, but it was a little bit straighter. So the score is 9 for 121. I'm waiting on confirmation on who the new batter is, because they both have no number. So I apologise. I don't have much of a read. My guess is Toby Kurswell. Oh, never mind. Welsh out. Edges. Liebke takes the catch, and that is it. The Western Power are all out for 121. Now, I will preface this that is usually what we would consider a poor score for a 2020 game. But, as I mentioned, the previous game between the Bayside Pirates and the Southern Rockets was a tie with the scores at 125. So 121 is still a competitive total. The Coastal Marlins would certainly have the upper hand, but it will all come down to how well they can start. How will they do? Well, we'll soon find out. We're going to take a short little break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to this game of Brisbane Premier League, the BPL. It's between the Western Power and the Coastal Marlins. You'd probably say the Coastal Marlins with the upper hand here. Western Power all out for 121 in the 20th over. Lloyd Aspen, the big star, with 3 for 19 from his 4 overs. A bunch of Western Power players got starts and weren't able to go on with it, and that was pretty much the tale of their tape. To defend that is doable. We saw in the previous match that 125 was the tied score between the Bayside Pirates and the Southern Rockets. So the Western Power and Coastal Marlins may well have a close game at 121 as well. The bowler is Sean Ludder, who did not bat. Number 15 for the Western Power. The batters are Glass and Zach Kuhn. Kuhn is the number 22, the non-striker. He is the captain of the Coastal Marlins. Had a fantastic run out in the first innings. Oh, Glass, not wasting any time. Gets a short one from Ludder, takes it right on. Does get the top edge over the top of the keeper, Jake Cross, and it is 4 runs. So not the start the Western Power were looking for ideally, but Glass will be happy enough to take the boundary to get him off the mark. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. It's a big opportunity for Chris Glass at the top of the order here, as he misses outside off stump. Looks like he's not going to waste any time. The thing about small totals is obviously the target here is 122 to win. So that's just over 6 and over. There's no real need to play any rash strokes, but we are in the middle of not at the middle, at the very start of a power play of 4 overs where the fielders are up. And there is a fielder back at deep square leg, and I see there's a third man fielder back as well. So there are plenty of spaces in the outfield. And there was something on that, but it might have been just the thigh pad or the thigh of the batter, and a good ball from Sean Ludder, shortening it up a little bit. We just watched his twin brother Rowan playing for the Bayside Pirates in the previous game. He bowled really well, 1 for 23 off his 4 overs. If Sean can emulate that, then we'll be right on here. Both, they're identical. They're both very tall, lanky men. He's gone short here. That is his 1 for the over, but that is the completed over. Just the 4 runs from it. Just a streaky boundary. So a really, really good start there from Sean Ludder. And the total is none for 4 after the 1 over. So nice even start. This is Bryn Llewellyn coming in to bowl. Looks like he might bowl a little bit of spin here, just to tie things up a little bit. Again, Zach Kuhn, the captain from the Sandgate Redcliffe Gators, 29-year-old batter. Owns and operates a fitness studio, Zach Kuhn. I'll tell you what, he did look super fit when he dived to his right, picked up the ball, turned through with his left. Direct hit. And gets one on his pad straight away from Llewellyn, and that's a single to get him off the mark on his very first delivery. Brings Chris Glass to the crease. Chris Glass is a right-handed batter, so Llewellyn might like his chances here. The 2 fielders he has out are deep square leg and long on. I imagine he'll bowl quite straight with that field. And he does, and he hits the pad. not given by the umpire at the airspace end. Maybe a little tickle of the bat, maybe heading down leg side. It's hard to tell from this vantage point. But he is bowling straight as we expected, and that's a very cheeky single. Good bit of wicket keeping from Jake Cross. Doesn't manage to prevent the single though. Llewellyn bowling well to his plan. There's also a long on and a deep square leg in place for Zach Kuhn. So I would say a repeat dose, nice and straight at the stumps. Kuhn rocks onto the back foot, but doesn't get the leverage to get a shot away there, and it's a dot ball. Kuhn advances, looks to get on with it, but Llewellyn's up to the task. Just pulls it a little bit shorter, maybe saw him coming there, and a dot ball. Oh, he's out. Zach Kuhn is dismissed. That is a huge wicket for the Western Power. Llewellyn, it pays off. He's gone aerial, didn't get barely any of it, frankly, and it's the big tall man at mid-off. It looks like it might have been Sean Ludder takes the catch. I'll have to confirm that. And that's a key early breakthrough with the score at 1 for 6 to finish off I think that's finishing off the second over. And that's exactly what the Western Power need to do. Frankly, if they don't get them all out, they're probably not going to win this game. It's going to be a matter of taking wickets at regular intervals, and especially early. And yeah, 1 for 6, a good start. Just receiving confirmation that it was Muller who took the catch at mid-off. A good catch. Brings a new batter to the crease. I'm just waiting for confirmation who that is because he has no number on his back. We believe it's Corey Hunter. Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot from Chris Glass. He has just smashed that over mid-wicket area, and that has gone for 4. Sean Ludder's going a little bit short, but kind of in no man's land. Not short enough, and certainly not full enough. And Chris Glass just rocks onto the back foot and punishes it. The new batter, Corey Hunter, he's, I believe, from the Wynnum Manly Club, and he is somebody that has been on the radar at state level. Certainly been in and around those contracted areas as an opening bat. Oh, Chris Glass, he is not mucking around today. That was probably an offside shot, and he's swung it across to the leg side and stops by the mid-on fielder there. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Corey Hunter goes today. He's obviously a class batter, and given the run rate, pressure is not too bad here. We might have a chance to see him play some good traditional cricket shots and hopefully a long innings for the Coastal Marlins at least. As Chris Glass just swings that across to the behind square and takes 2, well run. Sean Ludder here steaming in for the Western Power. Glass advances, and a misfield from Jake Cross means that they can sneak through for a single. Advances the score to 1 for 13. Just a reminder that the major sponsors are Mazda and Forex. Thank you for the support of both of those companies. Corey Hunter goes bang immediately. He's not mucking around today either. And there's no one back there square on the offside. The third man who was in the deep comes around and cuts off the boundary, and Corey Hunter gets 2 to start on his very first delivery. Quite an expansive shot. I don't know if he has dinner plans or not, but he's in some sort of hurry here. Yeah, that's well played. He's found a better line there, Sean Lutter, and Corey Hunter just dabs it into the leg side there, takes a single, so he's off to a good start, as is Chris Glass. Score becomes 1 for 16 at the conclusion of the third over. So in terms of run rate, slightly behind, but I don't think they were too worried about the run rate at this stage. Llewellyn looks like he's going to bowl the final over of this first power play. Just a reminder that the Coastal Marlins will have the opportunity to have a power surge after the 10th over of their innings, and that power surge is 2 additional overs of fielding restrictions for the Western Power. Oh, that was rather inventive there from Corey Hunter. He's seen that fine leg is up inside the circle, and only 2 fielders back at the moment, long on and deep square. Sort of like a wideish, squarish mid-wicket, if anything. And he's looking for the same shot again, going for that lap. I tell you what, if I'm fine leg, I am ready. But I think he's trying to go over the keeper's head, if anything. It does run downhill towards the commentary end, or the clubhouse end, as he takes a dot ball into the offside there. A bit more of a traditional shot. Oh! He has smashed that back at Llewellyn, and in a move of self-preservation, I think Llewellyn has raised his hands towards the ball. He has dropped it, but my goodness, did Hunter get a piece of that? I would not want to be Llewellyn right now. It looks like he's hurt his right hand potentially there. Well, Hunter looks out of sorts here at the moment. This is really, really good stuff from Llewellyn, and if they can get Hunter early, it really, really puts the Coastal Marlins on the back foot. A bit more of a conservative shot there as he takes a single to long on. Brings the effervescent... No, it doesn't. That's the end of the over. A fantastic over from Llewellyn. It would have been a maiden, but for that last delivery. So he has 1 for 3 off his 2 overs. And at the conclusion of the power play, the score is 1 for 17. So that is well and truly behind the run rate required. Again, it won't bother the Coastal Marlins too much at this stage, but they will have to be aware of that as the game moves on. Looks like Don White is coming into the attack, as fielding restrictions are completed. So that means that they can have 5 fielders outside the circle now instead of the 2 during the power play. And it looks like they are taking full advantage of that with just 2 inside the circle on the leg side. No, 1 inside the circle on the leg side and 3 on the offside now that long off is moving up into mid off there. I would suggest that White is going to bowl pretty straight here. Oh, goodness. Hunter has gone straight to the man out at the sweeper position. He was out of sorts today, Corey Hunter. That was not a good innings at all from a man of his class. There was a fielder out there. That shot was not on. He was obviously trying to hit it a bit straighter, maybe over cover, but he skewed it off the point. And quite a simple catch, really, in the end. And that's, yeah, as I said, a disappointing knock from a player of Corey Hunter's class. And the Coastal Marlins are now in a spot of bother at 2 for 17. And Don White just comes straight on into the attack, takes a wicket. Call that the Ben O'Connell effect. That was Lucky Peterson who took the catch out there. And the new batter, it looks like it might be Josh Matthews. Coming out to join Chris Glass. That's a key moment for the Western Power. 2 for 17 here. Oh, missed field, but he did enough to slow it down, and a dot ball is the result. This game is alive and well here today at the BPL. My name's Bo Nicholson. Thank you for joining me today. I'm very much enjoying being out here on this very, very cloudy Sunday afternoon at Ipswich. This is good stuff from White. Gets the wicket immediately, a key wicket. Now he's got a new batter on strike and he's tying him down. Oh, that's a good shot from Matthews, but there is a fine leg back, so just a single. Gets him off the mark. Brings Chris Glass to the strike. Now, I have described him as effervescent because he doesn't seem like he's been willing to take a backward step to this point. Now, I would suggest that he is some chance of maybe being a bit more composed. As we've got small children running around the commentary box. Don White charging in, goes full slow, gets an inside edge there of Chris Glass, and a single the result. A very fine over, a wicket taking over for the Western Power. Don White 1 for 2 for that over, and the score becomes 2 for 19 at the end of the 5th. They just tighten and tighten and tighten their grip on this run rate to the Western Power. We have a change of the bowling, I think, at the airbase end. Looks like Harry Wood coming into the attack. Chris Glass on strike. We have a third man, a deep sweeper on the offside, long on, deep square leg, and a fine leg outside the circle. That's a full toss to start, not an ideal beginning for Wood. A single the result. A bit of hesitation, and he gets home safely. Some good running in the end, but the last thing they would need is another wicket, and from a run out no less, so they'd want to be careful. Matthews just happy to rotate strike, I think, here, with Chris Glass being the more set of the two batters. No batter in the Western Power outfit scored 20 runs. No one got to 20. Coastal Marlins would like to correct that for this match, and Chris Glass, chief among them, would like to get well and truly past 20. Chris Glass does well to keep that out there, and he squeezes it away to backward point inside the circle, and it's a single on the misfield there. It might have been interesting if it was a clean gather, but Matthews gets home quite safely after the misfield, of course. Wood comes in. Ooh, inside edge. Does well to get there, Chris Glass. That's good running, good early call. Using the pace of Harry Wood there, he's generating some decent pace, and it looks like Chris Glass and Josh Matthews are just happy just to rotate the strike, use the pace of the ball, try and hit 4 or 5 and over, and just stay in this contest here at the moment, because the Western Power have grabbed the early ascendancy. They got Don White to continue at the clubhouse end. Bang goes Chris Glass, but just a single down to long on. Looks like the kind of player that doesn't mind the ball pitched up. Oh, a must hit. Oh, goodness, that would have hurt for Josh Matthews there. He's had to dive to make his ground, and he's copped it in the guts for his trouble from the fielder. No malice intended, of course, just going for the run out. A single better Chris Glass. Don White looking to keep the ball a little bit fuller here against the Coastal Marlins batters, who aren't really connecting with the ball the way they would like. He gets Matthews on the defensive there. This is really good stuff from Don White. Obviously the primary objective is to take wickets at all times, but when you're not doing that, you want to be keeping it nice and tight, conceding as few boundaries as possible. And it's been a little while since there's been a boundary for the Coastal Marlins. They've been struggling to really get it off the square. Matthews already going on the advance early in his innings. Wasn't quite there to hit. I think White may have seen him coming and drops it in a little bit short of a length. And dot ball the result. Oh, he gets a little bit of something on that. Jake Cross not able to get across to catch it. It was a bit too far away. And Matthews gets 2 runs. It might come off his glove. I don't think he got a big piece of that, but a really, really good over again from Don White. Just the 5 runs from it. And in the context of this game, that's pretty good. Score is 2 for 29 at the end of the 7th over. It's a run rate of about 4.14 or so. A little bit behind the 8 ball, as it looks like Harry Wood's going to continue at the air base end. A good line from Wood there, and a defensive shot from Chris Glass, who has gone into his shell a little bit. I think he's been burdened with responsibility here. Early on, he was able to play a bit more expansively, knowing that he had his captain and Corey Hunter there to support him. But now he's on his own. You might be able to hear some attempted parkour happening at the moment next to the commentary area from some small children.
The haunted really crackles there. It's over there.
Harewood just strays onto the pads there of Chris Glass, and he takes a single down to fine leg. This game's in an interesting kind of stalemate at the moment because it is a low total. The Coastal Marlins obviously are on a bit on the go slow here, but at the same time, the run rate is not a great concern right now. They can make those runs up later if they have wickets in hand, particularly with the power surge, so it will be available to them in a few overs' time. And just a single to Josh Matthews out to the offside there. Just feels like a bunch of binary at the moment. Dots and ones. Not a lot of action at the moment. We're just sort of waiting for one of these teams to break at the moment. It's going to be a matter of either the Western Power will start leaking some ordinary deliveries, or the Coastal Marlins are going to break and play some more extravagant shots. There's one big uppercut, and there is a sweeper out there who cuts it off. He slips as he receives the ball, so they are able to sneak back for 2. That's a slightly more expensive shot, and maybe good to see from Chris Glass. He was looking okay earlier in the innings when he was playing a bit more expansively. And that's a wide there from Harry Wood, just straying down the leg side. Everyone is a small little win for the Coastal Marlins at this point. It has been tough going for the last 4 or 5 overs. Oh, we've got a front foot no ball here. A shy from Llewellyn at the bowler's end, but the key moment is that it's a no ball, so it's an extra run, it's an extra delivery, and it's a free hit for the no ball. Now, because the batters have changed, swapped ends, that means that the bowler can change the field. And obviously, fielding restrictions are not in place at this stage. So it's up to Harry Wood now to set a plan with his fielding placements and then execute it with the ball. And my suggestion is, with all the fielders up on the offside, my suggestion is it's going to be straight and maybe short of a length. Oh! Josh Matthews has just absolutely placed that right near my car, which is a little bit concerning, but it has missed from what I can tell. he has put that over the fence. A free hit, gleefully accepted, and that could be a bit of a moment there in the context of this game, because that strangle was really on there, and if he didn't overstep, that over would have been 7 runs cheaper. Very impressive piece of hitting from Josh Matthews. He set his base. He knew that the ball was going to be straight. So if it happened to be on a length, as it was, he took full advantage. Got a change in the bowling here. It looks like it might be Toby Kurswell about to bowl. Just getting confirmation on that. Oh, goodness. Chris Glass, my apologies, has just taken Toby Kurswell's first ball and taken it for 6. And that's consecutive 6s here for the Coastal Marlins. This is a really pivotal moment in the game for the Western Power. Kurswell, the pressure's straight on him, and he needs to get out of this over without conceding too many more runs. Got to be less than 10. Well, slight misfield there at mid-wicket, but does not cost a run. Seems to me like Chris Glass is a bit of a bottom hand player, maybe a leg side dominant player. A lot of the deliveries that he's faced today, even if it's been outside off stump like that one was, he drags it across to the leg side. It's where he likes it the most. And to action that, they've brought third man up into the circle so that mid-wicket can drop back. So there is no one inside the circle on the leg side and 4 inside the circle on the offside. He's taking it on anyway. It will plug. They're not going to take 2. Good piece of fielding, actually. Keeps it to 1. Chris Glass is, he's not interested in worrying about where fielders are or anything. He's just going to take it on. He's probably quite lucky that he didn't quite get that one. They're going for the same field with Josh Matthews on strike in the way that he hit that last ball from Harry Wood. I can understand why. He'll be disappointed there. He would have felt like he could have worked that into the onside for a single, maybe even 2, but well bowled by Kurswell and well fielded. Single taken there by Matthews into the offside. A good delivery, good length from Kurswell. As I mentioned at the start of the over when he got hit for the 6, it's important that he does not compound the error here. He needs to get out of this over. The best way to get out of it is with a wicket, but if you can't do that, a dot or a single is imperative here. It's a full toss. He's got some protection out there though, so it will just be a single. He gets out of the over, not so bad. So he concedes 9 from the over, and the score becomes 2 for 51 at the conclusion of the 9th. Shout out to our sponsors Mazda and Forex. We really appreciate your support here at the Brisbane Premier League, an initiative that comes from South Africa, actually, as it turns out, and a few people in Brisbane decided that it was such a good idea that they'd bring it here, and here we are. What a fantastic opportunity for a bunch of grade cricketers, essentially, to put their name up in lights. Just on the other field, I heard that Josh Brown just hit an unbeaten century as the Northern Kings, hit over 200 runs. And that's a guy that, he hits the ball so beautifully and so cleanly that, the Big Bash might not be out of his reach. This is Alex Welsh coming into bowl. Looks like he bowls left arm orthodox. Oh, well, that's a delicate touch there from Chris Glass. The first batter to pass 20 runs in this match, and he's now past 30. Oh my goodness, Josh Matthews has laced that, and it has gone over what would be a rope and gone for 6. So that's the second 6 that Josh Matthews has hit. He's now moved to 20. The Coastal Marlins are starting to take control of this match, and I wonder if their captain Zach Kuhn would be encouraging them to consider taking the power surge in the next over. They've got 2 set batters. They're both hitting the ball quite well. They both hit 6s recently. Do they take the power surge and really take advantage of the fact that they're both seeing the ball well? Get that run rate required really under control and push the advantage? Or do they leave the field as is? Oh, he's gone big on the offside, and it looks like he's found space, as in space on the ground, not orbit. And he gets 2 for his efforts. He's hit that just wide enough of long off to avoid being caught out there. Didn't get all of it, but still seeing the ball quite well. It's a more traditional cover drive, but straight to the cover fielder inside the circle, and a dot ball, the result. Speaking of getting out of the over, Welsh needs to do that now. He needs to find a couple of dots here, or at least a couple of ones. There's 1 dot. Really slowed that one up, actually. I thought, I think Matthews was expecting something a bit more like a dart, but it wasn't, and he does get out of the over there, Welshie. So it's none for 9 for his first over. The score is 2 for 60 after 10, so the run rate is now back pretty much to parity now. So this is a very important time of the game here. It looks like the Coastal Marlins are not taking the power surge at this stage, but I would surely consider it if I was them, with 2 set batters. Looks like Toby Kurswell to continue. He's bowling to Chris Glass. Oh, he's hit it straight down the throat of the cow corner. Dear me. Chris Glass continues to put the foot down. He's got 31 runs and he's hit it pretty well, but straight to the fielder. And that's the first wicket for Toby Kurswell. Well done to him, holding his nerve. Glass would have wanted to have hit that a little bit better. It was probably there to hit. But with all the fielders back on the leg side, you know, you take a risk every time you play a shot like that, and sometimes you get out, and he has. So the score is now 3 for 60. Coastal Marlins, I would say, probably still in the advantage, but I've seen enough of these BPL games to know that you should not go anywhere at the moment. There's 62 runs to win, 59 balls left, 7 wickets in hand. They should win it from here, but that is certainly no guarantee. Looks like the new batsman is going to be Lloyd Aspen. He was the hero with the ball, 3 for 19 from his 4 overs. Opened up at the airbase end and bowled the entire 4 overs to start of that end. So he really set the tone with the ball, and he'll be looking to finish the job now with the bat. with the new batter at the crease, they're bringing a couple of fielders on the leg side up. Don White is moving into a more traditional mid-wicket. They have fine leg inside the circle, and they pushed a couple of fielders back on the offside to compensate. Outside off stump from Kurzweil. Aspen looked like he was ready to launch into a shot and then thought better of it. It's important to realise that there is no rush here at the moment. Ones and twos will probably get this job done for the time being. So this is the time for composed batting, as Aspen has a bit of a wild slash outside off stump. It looks like it may run away for 4, and it does. Well, that's a start that he'll be happy with, I suppose. It's not the way that he would have wanted to hit his 4 runs, but irrespective, they are on the scoreboard. Oh, he's absolutely hit that. My goodness, very good fielding from the long on just in front of the camera there. Barring the throw, but yeah, Aspen bowls well, but he can hit a ball too. And that was firmly struck. Kurzweil's kind of bowling a bit of a slot length here, so you want to be careful with Matthews. Slower ball outside off stump. And Matthews confidently punches it into the offside to the sweeper for a single. Slot length not so bad with the new batter, although Aspen has shown to be pretty aggressive. I wouldn't be bowling in the slot too much to Matthews, though. He's already proven capable of clearing the boundary twice. Looked a bit slower. It was a full toss, though, and he squeezed it between the 2 close infielders on the offside. The outfield has sped up a little bit up at the airbase end there, and that is 4 runs to finish the over. Not a great one, apart from the wicket. A bit of an up and down over, really. 1 wicket for 10 off the over. The score moves along to 3 for 70. With how aggressive Aspen is and how fast his start has been, I wonder if the power surge is in their thoughts maybe next over. Give Aspen another over to set himself. Welsh continuing. Short to Matthews, not put away. Dot ball. Ooh, a little bit slower there, touch fuller. Matthews, he looked tempted, didn't he? He sort of approached, but in the end just sort of spars it away for a single. On the evidence that I've seen from Lloyd Aspen, I'm not sure he'll have the same restraint. Ooh, appeal from Jake Cross behind the stumps, but no interest from the umpire at the airbase end. Worth noting, by the way, it is very cold out here today. The wind has died down at least, and the sun is starting to emerge from behind the clouds. Oh, Aspen on the charge. Missed by Jake Cross, and just a single. Looks like, was that a bye? Just a little bit of a sun shower coming through at the moment. Hopefully it doesn't develop into something worse than that. Oh, Matthews goes bang towards the air base end, and he has hit the sight screen. That is 6 runs for Josh Matthews. He has been very, probably the most impressive batter of the match thus far. It would be fair to say. And even then, just hitting the ball very firmly, mostly along the turf for a single to the long off fielder. Yeah, no, if I'm the Coastal Marlins at this point, and I don't want to harp on the fact, but with the power surge at your disposal and a guy like Josh Matthews hitting the ball the way that he is, honestly, I think you're a bit crazy if you don't take it around about now. The downside of taking it now would be the fact that, you know, having the fielders close in, it forces you sometimes to play shots you normally would not play, and sometimes that can lead to wickets. And, you know, why upset the apple cart? That's one way of looking at it. I can see that angle. But the power surge has been taken here, and I think that's the right call. Don White immediately outside the off stump, and Josh Matthews immediately trying to put him into space. Oh, that's up. It's up. It should be caught. And it is. Oh, and it has brought about the wicket, the power surge. Don White, just back of a length. Josh Matthews really wanted a piece of it, but caught at mid-off. Inside the circle, did not get enough of it. And he is dismissed for 31 off 25 deliveries. The score becomes 4 for 79. And is there another twist in the tail yet? Just waiting on confirmation who the new batter is. They did cross, so Lloyd Aspen will be on strike. Oh, he just goes over mid-off. Aspen takes on the same fielder. An athletic effort, but no, not even Joel Garner would have been able to reach that one. So that was 4 runs to Lloyd Aspen. We believe it's Jamie Eccles that has joined him at the non-striker's end. It is that cold out there that he's not wearing his normal numbered shirt. He is wearing some sort of jumper. It is very cold out there. Aspen, does he find the space? No, he doesn't. Ooh, direct hit! And given! Oh my goodness, Jamie Eccles, a diamond duck. Oh, that's a pivotal moment. That is a huge moment in the context of the game. Oh, I'm not sure he agrees with the decision, but he has to go. He has to go. The umpire at the airbase end deciding that is out. And a horrible feeling for a batter is the diamond duck, the dreaded diamond duck. Poor old Jamie Eccles has to go back. It was a fantastic piece of fielding by Llewellyn, hitting that direct hit, and suddenly, no more Matthews. Eccles comes and goes. The score is now 5 for 83, and while the run rate is not that scary, it is starting to get a bit tense out here. Looks like Summerfield might have joined him, and he's on strike. Plays straight, dot ball. Oh, that's a really good effort in fielding there from Don White, and that's a fantastic over, barring that one boundary that was hit over the head of the mid-off fielder. He has struck, well, he struck once, and then Llewellyn at point strikes with the run out, and the complexion of this match has changed entirely. The equation is now 39 to win of 42 deliveries. If the Coastal Marlins play their cards right, they should get this job done. You'd have no problem assuming that, but crazier things have happened. I've seen some crazy things happen this weekend, so nothing would surprise me here. As Aspen goes straight over Llewellyn's head as he comes back into the attack, and bangs a 4 at the airbase end. He's a good clean hitter of the ball here, Lloyd Aspen, and he's putting his name up as a candidate for player of the match after his pretty excellent bowling effort with 3 for 19 off his 4 overs, and some key boundaries here to help the run rate situation. He's found some space out there. There is a fielder back there though, so just the single. Nope, a poor misfield actually, to be honest, and 2 runs taken. Poor because obviously it cost him a run, but also poor because it puts Aspen back on strike, and he's hitting the ball really well. Llewellyn in, full toss. Back out to that same fielder. Will he mistake this time? No, he will not. There's a single this time. Oh, that's a lovely touch by Summerfield, but does not find the gap. Dot ball, the result. Thanks for your company, by the way. This is the BPL, the Brisbane Premier League. Some very fascinating cricket on today. My name's Bo Nicholson. Thanks for your company. Summerfield, another dot. Llewellyn had a fantastic spell in the power play earlier. I think he's been identified as a power play bowler, hence why he's bowling during this power surge as well. Oh. Goodness, dot ball. So 3 dots to finish the over. Gets out of the over really well considering the opening from Aspen, and just 7 off it. Apologies if you hear any zips happening in the background here, because there is a little bit of rain, so I'm just putting my laptop away. Score is 5 for 90. That means they require 32 runs to win from 36 deliveries. It is tight. And it looks like Sean Lutter is coming back into the attack. The time is now, according to Captain Harry Wood. Oh, there's a very firm connection there from Aspen, shock. But just one bounce to the fielder in the outfield and it's a single. He's taken no time to have a look at Lutter. He's decided that he's taken him on. Just another dot ball there to Summerfield. Oh. Ooh, edge from Summerfield, but just falls short of Jake Cross at keeper there. The equation becomes 31 required of 33 deliveries. Ladder comes back in. Summerfield yet to get off the mark until that delivery. Short one from Lutter, outside off stump. Plays safely away to the offside for a single. Thanks to the BPL crew for looking after me here and putting some shade over me while the rain approaches. Hopefully it doesn't blow into the camera like it did in the first innings. Thanks, guys. Oh, good connection from Aspen, but just falls to ground there. Pretty big moment there where Aspen has just been put down by the long on. That's a lovely shot from Summerfield on the up. That was about head height outside off stump and he's clipped it over point for 2. Sorry for the stop-starting commentary. We've been trying to move tables and other things because of the rain, so there's a no ball as well. So an extra run scored. A free hit as well for Summerfield, so the field placing cannot change because the batter has not changed. So Lutter will have to make do with the field placings he has now when he executes a plan here. Goes short, Summerfield bangs it down the ground. Will it get to the boundary? That's a really excellent piece of fielding from the long on. And keeps it to 2 runs. Yeah, and a light round of applause for the fielder and a fantastic effort there, preventing a couple of runs. That is the over completed. Score is 5 for 98. Summerfield starting to find the middle of the bat. Aspen has continued to find it for the majority of his innings. A light drizzle out there at the moment. You'd have to assume if there was a Duckworth-Lewis situation that the winners would be the Coastal Marlins. They are ever so slightly in front by my calculations. Llewellyn continues. That will be a dot ball to Aspen. There was a slight misfield, but no punishment to the Western Power. They require 24 runs of 29 deliveries here. Llewellyn will be trying to squeeze as many dots as he can into this. 24 off 28, 5 wickets in hand. Aspen firing. That's a lovely shot. Good cover drive. Beats the infielder. Should be 2. Summerfield slips, but he'll still get... No, sorry, Aspen slips rather. But they still get back for 2. Brings up the 100. 5 for 100 for the Coastal Marlins. Beg your pardon, it's not Llewellyn, it is Welsh bowling. So, good shot from Aspen, good firm cut shot, pretty much straight to the point fielder, but the pace of the ball travelling across the ground, and also it's a bit wet out there now with the rain. It's pretty hard to control the ball that's coming to you as a fielder, so the fielder just knocks it down, decides to concede a 1 instead of a 4 on that mixed field. Oh, Summerfield gets down earlier to sweep, and there's huge amount of space there. There's no one at fine leg at all. There's a deep square leg and a third man. That's the only people, apart from the keeper, behind the stumps on that side. So a nice easy 2 for Summerfield. Goes on the sweep again. Again, there's no one out there. This is a baffling piece of captaincy. I don't understand. They get 3 runs. That was a much more convincing stroke, and obviously they're trying to plug other parts of the field. I understand that, but with a slow bowler and people being so good at lap sweeps these days, that's an easy 3 runs for Summerfield. And that's the end of the over. It's 5 for 106, just 16 required off the next 4 overs. So 4 runs and over, 5 wickets in hand. That was a pretty key over there for the Coastal Marlins, just to really kind of put the nail in the coffin. We do say that though, and then in the previous game, the Southern Rockets were cruising against the Bayside Pirates. They needed 9 runs off 3 overs with 3 wickets in hand, and they lost 2 wickets very quickly, and then suddenly it was 8 runs to win with 1 wicket in hand, and there was a tie, as it turns out. So you never know. It just takes 1 here. That's got to be how Toby Kurswell is thinking as he comes into bowl. He starts with a wide. So with a third man back, he's obviously trying to execute probably a pretty normal 2020 line in death bowling, which is to go full and wide of the off stump, make the batter reach for it. Chances are they miss it for dot balls, or they squeeze it out to third man for a 1, or there is also a deep point fielder as well. And it's usually a pretty good way of keeping the runs down. I don't think run rate is going to be the friend of the Western Power here. I think they need wickets. They're not going to win this game if they don't take all the wickets. 15 required off 23 deliveries here, 5 wickets in hand. I'm not willing to call it yet, but the Coastal Marlins certainly in the stronger position here. Oh, shot. He's hit that, but there is a deep point, so just a single. Didn't he get a piece of that though? It sounded really nice off the bat. 14 required from 22. Brings Lloyd Aspen on strike. Earlier I observed that Kurswell was bowling a bit of a slot length, so they've dropped a mid-wicket back, deep square leg long on and deep mid-wicket with fine leg coming up into the circle. Kurswell will be hoping that if he does go for a slog onto the onside, that he doesn't hit it well enough to hit for a 6 and maybe gets a wicket. Other than that, he'll be trying to keep it outside the off stump, you would think. Although third man is going back now. He did come up into the circle, but he is going back. And I think it's important to have that sort of protection here because he can't be trying to bowl it into his slot. I think Aspin's a bit too strong for that. Yep, good length. And a dot ball the result. Oh, it's a full toss, and that is absolutely dispatched by Lloyd Aspin, who I think it's pretty clear is the player of the match in this match. He's 3 for 19. He's also nearing 30 not out at a rate of knots. Coastal Marlins are also approaching their target. This will be a good victory for them. They've been pushed here, despite the fact that it's a relatively low total. Western Power will be ruining the fact they haven't put an extra maybe 10 runs. And he's gone again, and this time it's over mid-off, and it's another 4 runs for Lloyd Aspin. As he moves into the 30s, he's starting to make light work of this now. He's really, really ticking along. 5 for 116, 6 required for victory in 19 deliveries. Now, I'm not a betting man, and if you are, gamble responsibly, but I would suggest there's a fair chance he might go for a 6 here. He's tried, and he's just got it over mid-off's head to 4, so he doesn't quite finish the game in that delivery. Kurzweil, not a happy day for him. He's conceded 1 for 33 of his 3 overs. He'll be disappointed. He's a better bowler than that. Aspin's making, as I said, light work of this. He's got 37 now of 21 deliveries. Coupled with his 3 for 19, he's been the clear standout today, with some good efforts from Chris Glass and Josh Matthews, also reaching the 30s. But you would say it's fair to say that Coastal Marlins have fairly comfortably gotten to their target here, or they should do, barring a minor miracle. Looks like Don White might be coming in to bowl what might be the last over of this game. And they've got Summerfield on strike. With just 2 runs required, most of the fielders are up. I think literally they are all up inside the circle now. And he's bowled him. He's gone straight through him there. Summerfield tried to do it in one shot. Got a little bit greedy, I think, did Summerfield, and he has to go. Makes the score 6 for 120, and if that miracle is going to happen, it has just started. Not the happiest innings for Summerfield. Not his best game, considering the way that he bowled in that first over as well. But you'd rather play an average game by your standards and get the win than play amazingly and lose, which is the case for some of the Western Power bowlers who have done a really, really good job, including Don White, who now has 3 for 11 off his 3.1 overs. Looks like the new batter might be the wicketkeeper Jet Liebke, if I'm correct. It's a full toss, and he works it into the gap. They are going to run 2, and that should be the game. And it is. Congratulations to the Coastal Marlins, who have defeated the Western Power. They were all out for 121. The Coastal Marlins get there with 16 balls to spare and a score of 6 for 122 as the wind is starting to pick up. So I might get out of here. I've been Bo Nicholson. It has been a pleasure. Thanks for watching the BPL, and we'll see you next week.